Do, 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 do. Hello, 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 hello. I'm here, I'm here. Let's see. Let's get this started. Open in the file. Rig nat. Let's rig nat. Rig. Okay. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Looks like you can. All right. Okay. All right. Tap, tap, tap. Okay. If anyone's watching this in a replay, I am going to rig. Oh, sorry, I'm getting some feedback. Okay. Yes, if anyone is watching this in a replay, I am going to do a facial rig for this character today. Or start it anyway. Might be more than a day of work. Yeah. So, a little backstory on this one. Um, this one had a different face. This is Nat. Nat had a different face. Here, let me give you a better view. This might slow things down a bit. I think we'll be good. Yeah. So this is Nat. Nat's kind of like the kind of wise elder character, I guess. Um, Even though now they don't look very old. I had to make Nat a little cuter. Um, I was not really super happy with the way Nat looked before. If you want to see what Nat looked like before, you can look in the banner image of the YouTube channel or on Instagram. I posted an animation with the old version of Nat. The face and the head were much different. So this new version is actually, I could just open the old version and show you. Let's do that. Net old design. Okay, we'll open up Blender, another one. Okay, yeah. This is old Nat. And this is good, actually. I can show what. Oh, well, the textures are all messed up. So I guess you'll have to ignore the textures. The coloring looked like this, but, oh, it's not switching over. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, this is the old design. The coloring is wrong because the textures aren't connected, but if you imagine these colors and shading on this character, that's what it was like. And so, anyway, as you can see, the old face rig was operational, was all set up, working, and I did a test animation of the old version of that. But I never was super in love with all this stuff. I didn't do this design myself. I actually hired a character designer. And I was happy with the drawings, but when they were translated into 3D, it just started getting a little too weird. But I was getting good feedback on it, so I kept it and I kept going. But then as I started posting more stuff, um, my feelings of its weirdness were becoming more and more confirmed. Some people were reacting the same way. And I want Nat to be a little cuter. So we're going to do that. I already did the sculpting and it is here. So this is the new Nat face. A little cuter, less stuff going on out here. So um, that's where Nat's at. Um, yeah. And because I changed this one so much, the facial rig basically has to be redone from scratch. The other characters are gonna be also changed a little bit to be made a little bit cuter as well. I got some great feedback from a neighbor of mine. I just happened to live next door to a senior character designer for Nickelodeon, so that's very fortunate. And he was kind enough to spend a lunch break with me, kind of giving me some tips for cuteness and for less freakiness. And so that's kind of what I'm going for. So this is the new Nat face. Yeah, doesn't really look as old anymore, but I might add some wrinkles back in. I'm not sure. I'll play with it. Um, but that will be secondary, whether or not I add in wrinkles, this is going to be the new shape of the face. So knowing that, I can move forward on the face rig itself. So that's what I'm doing today. Let's switch back to our Blender only thingy. All right. So let's hide the corneas. And now that I've done a little introduction for anyone who may be watching a replay, there's nobody actually watching live right now, which is not surprising because this is a brand new channel and brand new streaming, and I'm the only one here. So yay! um, but yeah, so I'm just gonna stop talking into the void now and just gonna work. And if someone comes in and chats, then I'll chat back. But otherwise, I'm just gonna work now. Hmm. One other thing for that I didn't mention in the introduction for anyone who may be watching a replay. Later, I'm going to explain this little bit down here. Let's see. I'm going to look at my thing and make sure that's actually coming through. Yeah. Yeah. So this little progress bar over here, I wanted to explain that. Why did I put this down here? Well, this is a journey we're going on together. Um, I mean, I've been going on this journey for quite a while now. I started this project um almost 2 years ago in its current form. Well, I would say a little over a year ago in its current form. Before that, I was already thinking about it, but I was thinking about it in terms of like, hold on a sec. Oh, sorry, just had to change the way I was sitting there. Where was I? Let's see. Um, let's give the Twitch people something a little prettier to look at while I'm talking. Uh, yeah. Okay. So where was I? Um, 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 oh yeah. The the kind of the timeline of this project. So, yeah, I first started thinking about this project like 2 years ago, or maybe even longer now. Basically, shortly after the pandemic started, I, like many people, was at home a lot, with a lot of extra time for a while, and just kind of rethinking life. This is probably not anything anyone hasn't heard 100 times now. I was also doing that, and this project is kind of what came out of that. And in its original form, I was thinking of it being like um, kind of more explainer videos. Like, you've seen other channels like Kurzgesagt, and School of Life on YouTube. I love those channels. They're kind of what inspired me to begin with. However, I thought with what I want to do, you know, I spent some time planning it that way. Like, okay, these are going to be explainer videos. They're going to be someone talking. There's going to be abstract animation, um, and you know, we'll cover different topics, but it'll be like a narrator. Um, but then I started thinking about like who is this for? What do I really want this to be? What do I want this to accomplish? I want this to be, kid friendly, not necessarily just for kids, but certainly something kids would be interested in. Because part of the whole goal of this is like, introducing ideas that maybe kids aren't normally thinking about in school, or maybe the adults in their lives are not talking to them about these things. And not because they're controversial. I'm not going to cover topics that are going to offend people or whatever, but just because maybe culturally people don't think it's a priority, or just it's too wishy-washy or whatever. So um with that in mind, it became more and more clear that like these should be character based. Like, they should be stories with characters, instead of just someone like me talking over pretty pictures floating around. um, and again, like, that's totally valid approach. I think for people when they get a little older, they can focus more on just the voice and the talking, and get the idea. But for kids, maybe it's more fun for there to be characters. And I want it to be fun. I want it to be appealing. So I decided to go with characters and stories. And so that was about a year ago, maybe a little more, that I came to that conclusion. And that opened up, not only an amazing, awesome new set of possibilities, but also an amazingly huge volume of more work to do before I could actually start making episodes. Because what that means is, um, I mean, making 3D characters that are rigged and that can be animated and that have voices and that are hopefully appealing, that people like looking at. This is it's a lot of work. And I not only that, but I was like, well, I can't do all this with just one character. And so, I'm an animator. Normally this part of the workflow is done by a whole different group of experts, traditionally. By the way, just as a side tangent, all of this could change in the next year with AI rapidly taking over all of these tasks and doing them better and better, seemingly week by week. It's insane and amazing to watch what's happening. So all of this could be completely, outdated in a month. I don't know, but I'm just talking based on where we're at right now. And so, this is normally something that a whole group of experts do in a studio. I am not those experts. But somebody's got to do it. I don't have the money to hire a rigging department, so I'm doing it myself. And I found some tools that are, friendly enough that I can use them myself. And, so I came up with my cast of characters. I came up with kind of the overall world that they live in, what they do, how it all works. And I came up with these characters that live on this kind of magic airship, which I will reveal later. Trying to save some stuff as a fun surprise for when the show actually launches, when the trailer launches. So I'm not going to show everything. I'd like to keep the ship kind of a surprise. Um, at least the whole ship from the outside. Some of these images you'll see, like this is the deck of the ship, looking at some of the buildings that the characters live in. So that's fun. But yeah, as for the whole ship itself, I'm gonna kind of keep that as a surprise. Anyway, yeah, characters, ship, they're flying through the air, they're having adventures, they're learning about life. It's amazing, it's fun, it's great. So that's kind of the gist of it. And yeah, I think that'll be way more fun for people than, you know, narration. So that's why I'm doing this way. And that leads me back to this thing down here that I started talking about to begin with. And I just thought it'd be cool to have like a little progress bar down here. Something that, like, if you tune in at some point in the future, or you can, if you're following along, you can go on the journey and you can watch this progress bar fill up. Um, there's like, so, so yeah, the the conception stage that I was talking about, that's pretty much done. So that's all filled in. Right now we're doing asset building. We're doing characters right now, which is why this marker is living right here. There's just a little bit more to do with sets and the ship. Otherwise, it's mostly done. The ship is completely rigged and ready, which was a huge amount of work. That was months of work in itself, but it is done. All that remains in this category is like the actual sets for the first episode, which I have some Blender add-ons that are going to help me generate those pretty quickly, hopefully. Writing an animatic, that is also something that needs to happen before the first episode can be made, and I have gotten pretty much done with that. There might be a few more tweaks to the script, and then we'll be recording the final voices. I am getting some help with the voices, which is cool. Some of the voices I'm doing myself. It's actually a lot easier for me to do the voices myself than to get other people to do them, but I don't want all the characters to have my voice. I'm gonna use filters and I'm gonna do some like character voice stuff so that they don't all sound the same and they're not gonna sound like me. And then yeah, I'll have a couple people help so that we get even more variety in there. And they're, professionals. They are voiceover artists, so it'll sound good. And then we will get into the actual production of the episode, which has not even started yet. As you can see, this all being grayed out. This line right here, this is where production starts. This is when I start ticking away shot by shot by shot. Right now, the first episode has about 40 shots in it. That could change. So I've given myself 50 little slots here, but we're pretty much locked on the story and the animatic. So it 50 is my max. I need to cut it off there so I can finish this and move on with my life and move on to the next episode. So yeah, I've given myself 50 shots here. Of course, we could go over 50 if we absolutely have to, but that's just what I've put here. Then there's a little section here for when I make the trailer. So as once the first episode is actually produced, I'm not going to upload it right away. I'm going to, use shots from the first episode and then maybe make 2 or 3 more quickies to create a real trailer, like a channel trailer for YouTube and just like a trailer in general. So that will be done after the first episode is complete. However, I will release the trailer first, which would make sense. And then a few days after the trailer comes out, I'll upload and release the first episode. And that's what this is right here. So that's the story of what what's happening. And so now I think I have really talked all I want to talk, and I'm going to get to work. So, still nobody in the stream. So, I'm still just talking into the void. But really, if you're watching this now, I am talking to you. Just you. This is all being said for your sake, and for mine. So, with that said, I'm going to get to work. I'm going to turn my music back on. I have it set low so that it doesn't bleed into the mic too much, I hope, because from what I hear, the copyrighted music is a problem. So the music is on now, and hopefully you can't hear it. Play your own music. Play your favorite songs. And here we go. So I'm going to FaceIt. And so this is FaceIt. And maybe I should put a link. Yeah, put a link in the chat. Um, let's see. That's what I am using today. I went over it in the introduction video on the YouTube channel. So if you want to see more about that, then you can check it out there. And okay. Editor. All right, so we're gonna do our landmarks first. This is where we set up um, placement of where the bones are gonna go. By the way, if any modelers are looking at this and looking at my topology, I am not a modeler. And I just could not be bothered to spend my time making amazing retopo. So hopefully, someday I'll hire a real modeler to retopo these characters for me if that's where this project goes. Okay. We have to do a little bit of idiot checking too before I have to separate these eyebrows. I'm gonna hide these. All right, that's better. So we're going to create a face rig, and that means we need to attach the brows, these eyelashes. This could change later a little bit, but maybe it won't. But it won't affect our rig really if I tweak the shape of these a little bit. That's okay. And of course, the body's all one mesh. The face, the body, the head, it's all one. So that will all be included in the FaceIt process. However, first, FaceIt wants separate geometry for the left and right eyebrows and eyelashes and stuff. So we have to separate these. Right now, I have them just like mirrored because I was modeling them. So we'll turn off subdiv. And let's save. By the way, I don't think my file save windows will pop up because it looks like people usually blur those out anyway. But I do save up versions. I'm on version 32 of this rig already. Save up, save up, save up, save often, and save versions. God forbid you spend a month working on a character rig and then your file goes corrupt and you have not saved versions and you can't go back. Oh my God, what a tragedy. Don't do that to yourself. Save versions. Versions. Every time you make a big step forward, save up version 2, version 3. This is how people work in commercial projects anyway, but if you're just working for yourself, it's just as valid, it's just as important. And it has saved me already multiple times on this project. I've had a corrupted file or I've gone down some road and realized I messed something up big time. And I'm like, oh no, I have to go back. And I could because I had saved versions. So anyway, I have saved and now I'm going to break these out. Just delete that for now. And we will all right. Now we have our two different eyelashes. I'm using a naming convention here. Nat is the character's name. I've given each character, even if their name is longer than 3 letters, there's like a 3 letter or maybe 4 prefix on every single thing in the entire scene. All the collections, all the empties, all the rig stuff, everything. It all has this prefix. Why? Because when I am building a shot and I have to bring 7 characters into a shot, Blender is going to need to keep all of these things straight. And the way Blender does this, if you have not added prefixes, is that it just gives a .001, .002 to everything that you bring in. And if you have to go in and dig in and find, like, you know, a certain part of a certain character's body or whatever, and it's just like eyebrow .007, then you're gonna just be lost. So this helps a lot and just makes things cleaner. And so everything nat underscore. So this is nat underscore eyelash L. And this is nat underscore eyelash R. Same thing with the whatchamacallums now. By our mirror, we will leave the bevel in place. So same thing. Let's call him eyebrow. That makes more sense, doesn't it? Okay. Okay. I think we're all set for now doing our FaceIt setup. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Teeth and tongue. This was another part of the character design feedback. Multiple people are telling me, oh, it doesn't matter with this character because this character's got like the buck teeth. But anyway, for other characters that have normal teeth, let's see what I mean. Yeah, lower teeth. Okay. Lower tooth. So these are Nat's lower teeth. And even this level of detail was too much for a lot of people. Let's show the gums too. Help. You know, I got several people saying these teeth have too much detail. This is creepy. These are like, you know, too human. So we're going to go even simpler. And I don't think this smooth modifier is going to work for me for that. I'm just going to replace them with, well, let's see. No, not going to work. So what a lot of people do in this case is they just almost use like a box, like a rounded box for the teeth. You may see that in cartoons a lot. If you look closely at their teeth, it's sometimes just like a what am I doing? Cube. About like that. And thicker maybe because we're going to bevel this. It's going to need to be longer. Because we're also going to bend it. And then, you know, we can go in and kind of mess around with it more later, but I'm not just doing that to this one, because if we look at the geometry, you can see there's all these like, oh, here, let me make that. Can you see that? All right. Yeah, you can see there's all this like kind of custom, which is good for this kind of model, but since we're not going to use that, we just want it to be cleaner. So hide that. And the gums are a whole other story. I'll work on those in a minute. Okay, that's good for scale, so I'm going to apply scale. You do that before you add modifiers so that you get what you're expecting to see. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's ready. So the next thing I do is I subdivide this, add some cuts. To these edges. Use as few as you can without, you know, needing more. You can always add more later. It's harder to take them away. Oops. Sheet. I should be doing this in the front view. Yeah. Okay, and then next we just, let's turn on our, whatever that is. Proportional editing, I think they call it. Soft selection. See. All right, and then we can just kind of, oh, one other thing. I'm going to mirror this now. I'm going to delete these and add a mirror modifier. Merge vertices is on. Put that before the bevel because you want to bevel the end result of the mirror. And now you can see we have symmetry. Do, do, do. Doop, doop, doop. All right. Okay, so now we have our general thingy for our teeth. Face mode. Let me think for a second. I haven't done any Blender modeling in a few months. So I can't remember where the normal move is. Not inset. Normal. See. Kinda. That'll work. I lost my connection there, but I can bring it back. I think there's a better way to do this too, but I don't remember it. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. This is like kind of like cartoon character teeth. Oh, hold on. Very simple, no detail. Gotta fix these. Median 0. Median 0. And let's drop this down. And we can mess with that in a minute. So now we've got like really simple, basic classic girl. Shade smooth. There we are. Cartoon teeth. And they're a little too tall compared to the old ones, so let's make them shorter. Before I mess with the bottom, I'm gonna redo the gums too. Uh, and because the gums will also be simpler and also follow the shape of these new simple teeth, I am just going to use the teeth geometry to make the new gums. So let's get organized here. We'll call this, what I usually do is not in here because I thought this rig was done and I got rid of all my kind of in progress file stuff, but generally I do something like this. Backup. Keep backups everywhere. Save versions, make backups. Put your backups in 3 different places. Put them on the cloud, put them on an external drive, lock it in a safe, put it in 6 different places on your computer. Just make backups because files go missing, things get corrupt. You don't want to lose your work. It sucks. Who wants to redo work over and over again? They've already done. No, that was wrong. I do that for a living, so I don't want to do it also for fun. So this will be, we'll just copy the same name over and we'll just, I think Blender is very smart and it will change the name of this old one when I give the new one the same name. Let's see. Nope, it gave the new one the 0.001, but if I delete this, whoop, look at that. The old one got the 001. Cool. So we're going to do the same thing with our lower gums. We're going to duplicate this. Shift D, we're not making an instance. Alt D is instance, so that would mean if I change the mesh of the gums, it would also change the mesh of the teeth. We don't want that. So I'm doing Shift D to make a duplicate. Then you hit right click and it just snaps right back where it was, but you still have your duplicate. See it here. And I'm going to do that naming thing again. And this time it did what I wanted. Look at that. So, and you can check on this, by the way. You can say, because if you go to this little one, you see this is the actual mesh that it's using. And we see cube 07 and cube 08. And by the way, I have a tool later that goes in and renames all of the meshes to match the object, which is really nice. It's by Curtis Holt. He's really cool. Because otherwise you have a bunch of meshes that are called things like this, or you have to manually name them, and that's just a nightmare. Like, yeah, if you look at all my other meshes in the scene, they all have the same names as the objects. Normally, they'd all just look like this. And that is not what you want. Organization, baby. That's the only way this project is working. It's so much. And it's so much for one person. The only way to pull it off is to stay organized. So, enough about that. I will move on. So, for the gums, I'm gonna just reduce the bevel a little bit. And I think I can just do a modifier. Do a displace. And put it here. And do like 0.001. Huge right now. And then screw it. Doo -doo. Mhm. Like that. Yeah. So, cartoony teeth. And then because these old gums are shaped to kind of fit the contours of the mouth of Nat's face, I need to kind of try to match those. Gonna save. And this part looks meaningless, but it is actually very important because Nat's bottom lip is right on the outside of these gums. And so if the gums stick out too far, I'm going to have Nat's lips sticking, the gums sticking through the lips all the time. And that's just going to be a pain. So it's important that these don't stick out any further than the old ones. Okay. Inside doesn't really matter. also kind of want the teeth to come forward in front as much as the old ones too, because the inside of Nat's lips are going to come right up against the teeth. And this is a good thing. It makes it look better. So that you don't have crazy gaps between the teeth and the lips. This who wants that? Oh my god. Now, with Nat specifically, these will almost never show these teeth, but they might. And because I have 6 characters with mouths, I can reuse these. They're so generic. Why not? But I mean generic in a very loving way. Generic is what we want right now. Endless detail is not always a good thing, I have learned. I had to learn this the hard way by doing all these characters with too much detail. Okay, so now I can go in and I can fix these teeth. And then I think we'll be done with this. Okay. And just tweak the height of the gums a little bit to match the old gums a little more. Oops. Oh yeah. So satisfying. All right. Okay. Now, as you may see, there's these linear bits that aren't necessarily what I want. I'm going to see if I can just use a smooth modifier to take care of that. If not, I'll have to add more loops here and round it out. Where are you? Smooth. Oh, oh, no, no, no. You know what? Subdiv. Let's turn off the bubble for a moment. So, here. that made him too smooth. But actually, this might be better. Yeah, cool. Because now we have this will just get smoother and smoother as we subdivide. Um, and I can have some control over how sharp this is by just moving some points around again. And also, I'm not a modeler, so if there's a modeler watching this at some point and they're going, "What are you doing?" The answer is I'm being an animator modeling. All right. Okay. Yeah, just tweak a few more points and then just to take care of that craziness. And then I think we're good. Do, 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 do. That again. All right. Oh my God. This is a mess. Oh, oh Lord. Okay. One at a time. Here, this might help too. Oops. Okay. Now I think the teeth are kind of lined up. And the gums. Hard to tell, isn't it? Hmm. Verb. Hello, I'm returning. Okay. Hello, I'm back. Hello, hello. Audio. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hopefully I can edit that 40-minute long break out of the YouTube version later. In case anybody is actually ever watching this. Um, I will speak for a moment as if someone is. Okay, so I got the teeth, lower teeth and gums. The much simpler cartoon version are now um, complete. Hold on, I gotta change my music. This is super distracting. Okay. Okay, yeah, gums and lower teeth complete. Let's switch back to gray because we're gonna get ready and do one more thing for the body before we start the FaceIt process over here. Um, okay, and that is we're going to update the face sets. Face maps? Yes. So these are handy. For instance, these are going to come in really handy because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be sculpting all the different facial expressions, and that's going to involve the eyelids, um, and you've got eyelids that are going to be really close to each other and the lips that are really close to each other. So it just helps to be able to have them all be separate. Some of these are, and these are all the old face maps. Some of them are still working, like this one is perfectly fine. So like later if I want to sculpt just the lower lip without affecting the upper lip, it's easy to do, and you don't have to spend time messing around with things affecting things you don't want. that's the gist of that. So because these are the old face sets to the old face, and I changed some of the geometry, I think especially around the eyes, um, we have some things that need to be changed. Like this. Like this situation here is a problem because we want these to be like clean. Like on this side, this is good. This is not good. And then the lower lids will, line up perfectly as the opposites of these. And that'll just take a couple minutes, and then we'll have our face sets, which will help us very much in the FaceIt thing, this thing later. Did that make sense? Because I'm guessing it didn't. But if you watch along, you will see. Okay, so first thing, we will. I'm just gonna. I think I might just delete these. I'll save first. Just gonna delete these old ones because right now they're both sides, and they're supposed to just be one side. So that'll be just as much work to do all that as to just make new ones. So lids going away, keeping the upper lip, getting rid of these. Okay. Eye socks. We are keeping the eye socks. And make sure these are clean. Yeah. So to decide where I'm going to divide the lower and upper lid, I'm going to make a new face map. This is going to be called upper eyelid L. I don't want them divided right in the middle. I mean, as you can see here, it's kind of nice to have more space on the upper lid than the lower. Just, my classic cartoon look. So I'm thinking maybe like here. But also you kind of want it to be at the apex of this curve, which would be right here. However, we might be able to get away with doing it right here. So I'm going to select right there. And that should be where, yeah. So I'm starting on the other edge of that old selection, right? I'm grabbing it from there out. And I'm going to grab it to about here. Kind of like that. So when I'm sculpting the upper eyelids, my tools will only go as far as this area that I'm selecting right now. And I do think I want to go a little further up, like to here, because it would be fun to do like big cartoony eyes, I guess. Also have to look at the eyeballs themselves and make sure that's going to work. So let's see. Oof. Oh my gosh. All right. So the eyeballs themselves go up. Just don't want to have to pull the eyelids back really far to get wide eyes because that will make them look sunken in, which will look creepy. Oh, hey, is that Dan in the chat there? Oh, how fun. That's cool. Dan, you're catching me talking to myself in YouTube land slash Twitch land. But I'm talking for this recording is going to be saved. So if anyone rewatches it later, that's why I'm talking, even though you're the first person here. So yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. Say hello to Leora and Noah for me, please. And yeah, so I will continue. So the eyelids coming back too high will make them look sunken in, and we don't want that either. So I'm gonna have it be roughly there. So here. Can probably get rid of that. No, let's keep it. Okay, and then on this side, let's have it be so that's kind of where our upper and lower eyelid will be divided. I think that's good. We want it to be fairly even. It doesn't have to be perfect. You can see this one is like at an angle, and that's kind of what we have here too. So then we go in and we select all these bits. And I only have to do this once, and then I can mirror it to the other side. So that's nice and handy. Okay, so there's our upper lid region. And we already have our face map here, and we're going to just hit assign. And now we hit select again. There it is. And now I can mirror this selection, which I think is Control Shift M. Yeah. And now we will make a new one. And assign. So I'm just going to double check they are correct. And yep, they are. And now let's do the lower. Okay, so same thing. We'll just kind of follow the same contour. And we will start at the same point. So I'm going to do it like this. That's marking my spot there. And then marking my spot here. There we go. Right? I think so. Oops. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, and I think we don't want to go crazy on the lower lid, so let's bring that in there and that in there. Might be one less on the lower than the upper. Actually, yeah, let's keep that like that. Oops. Okay. We'll save this one. Oh, shit. Shoot. Oh, no. I signed it to the wrong one. All right. Undo. Redo. Assign. Now, if I undid properly, let's see. Yes. Okay. And again, mirror this. And oh no. Did it again. Right. Assign. Okay. Select. Yep. There it is. Select. There it is. Upper eyelid. Lower eyelid. Wonderful. Okay. So that will save a ton of grief later that we went through that little process. And yeah, I think we're ready to do the next step. So we go in and now that we have these face maps here, we're going to end up with these looking a lot better. And these are the old ones. The way to update them is to just go into face sets and initialize face sets from face maps. Bloop. And there we go. So now the benefit of this is that when we're sculpting, turn that off. The benefit is that when we're sculpting, we go in and in our settings here, we can tell it auto mask by face sets, these colored things. And you can even tell it to respect the boundary of the face set. And what that means is I can pull this around and this doesn't move. If I uncheck that, you'll see that it does move. And there'll be times like, say, for instance, I'm just working on a shape where I only want the upper lip to be affected. Well, then it's really helpful to have that, because without it, they move together and life is a lot harder. So that's why we did that whole step, and it will save us a lot of grief later. And with that done, we are ready to move on to the actual FaceIt part. So now would be a good time to save up a version. Saving this version here. And saving up a version. We are now on version 33. Okay, so a little water break. So yeah, FaceIt. The first thing that we do is we select all of the objects that are going to be part of the face rig. And this includes these corneas, because they are going to be, FaceIt wants them. FaceIt wants corneas. So once we have selected all of our objects, and the reason, by the way, that I'm using the corneas and not the eyes that we're already showing is because these eyes are not actually spheres. They have all this stuff going on here. And FaceIt prefers the spheres, and the spheres, we don't see them when they render, but they're there. And that's what FaceIt wants. So we're selecting those. And once we have all of that selected, everything that's going to be part of the, oh, you know what? I almost forgot. The teeth. The teeth and the tongue. And the upper teeth and the gums got moved to a weird spot when I changed the rig, so I have to fix that real quick. Woo. $180. And I may have to move these later, but that's okay. It's all right. We have to move these later. Just get them in roughly the right spot. And I also forgot something else, which is that all the transforms on these have to be kind of set to 0. You see how these numbers here are not 0. They all need to be 0 before you start rigging. Just in general, it's a good thing to do. So to do that, you go all transforms to deltas. both of those, and I need to do that on the lower teeth and gums as well. And the tongue is already set. And let's lock all these as well. Loop. Okay. One more time. Corneas. All the teeth and gums and tongue and body and eyebrows and eyelashes. Everything except the glasses, pretty much. Yep. And now, register FaceIt objects. Register face objects. There they all are. And next step is to go in and assign these properly. So I'm kind of doing it, the eyes, a slightly different way than they want, but I'm doing it that way because I kind of am setting up my own eye rig. For them, they're saying they want the cornea here, but these are optional and I'm going to set them up later. So I'm actually going to use the corneas in the eyeball spot. So you just select one, hit the button, that one, hit the button. And you see this thing, it said vertex group down here. Let's check. Yep. Tongue, tongue. For gums. They go together with the teeth. So maybe I can do them both at the same time. No. Upper teeth. Upper teeth. Lower tooth. Lower tooth. And the main face is the body because the body and the face are the same object. Eyebrows. Facial hair. Eyelashes. Oh, I think I did something wrong here. Hold on. Okay, I wasn't paying attention. Eyebrow, facial hair. Eyebrow, facial hair. Eyelash. And check geometry. No warnings found. Okay. I'm going to just do a quick check on the modifier situation before we do any further rigging steps, because that just helps. Turning off subdivision things, stuff like that. Yeah, like there's a lot going on with our teeth here. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna do all this. I'm gonna apply all these and make this geometry like solid. So this one's already kind of ready to go. Tongue, same thing. It's just these new ones I did. So let's duplicate them out to save backups. Drop them in here. And then for these, I will apply the mirror, apply the bevel, turn off the subdivision. Same thing here. There. So that's just a cleaner experience for the rigging magic to happen. And okay, we've registered all our objects. Our objects are all ready to start getting rigged. So then I jump over to this little thing and we hit generate landmarks. And we get this cool little tool they've set up where you just start lining things up. You line that point up with the bottom of the chin. Then you set up the roughly where the height of everything is, and then roughly the width of everything. You can't get it perfect, but you tweak all this later. And now we go in and we kind of match it to this picture here. This comes from the documentation on the website. So yeah, now I'm just going to go in and kind of set all these points to match this as closely as possible. And the cool thing is that when I'm done, it just projects everything onto the face from this view. So you don't have to mess around in 3D and be, zooming around and all that. You just make it look like this and you're ready. And it's symmetrical. So the right side is better. And incidentally, this is where the face bones are going to go when you actually generate the rig. So if you want to be specific about the bones connecting to certain parts of the face, then this is the time to figure that out. And you can go back and change it later. It's one of the cool things about this add-on is it's very non-destructive. You can go back and forth and, oh, I didn't like the way that turned out. Go back, try it again. It's kind of the upper cheek, mid cheek, upper nose. Where's the nose? Okay. Upper eyelid. This is kind of the ridge of the eyelid. We are going to keep our eyelids really simple on this character. You're not ever going to see this like fold up here, but we're going to put the bones here anyway. Here, get them out of the way of the other ones. because this is where bones are going to go, the bones are going to try to grab the points that are near them. So you don't want to put them like right on top of each other because then you'll have two bones trying to grab the same point, which is not going to work great for you. Okay, and the head right there. Go a little higher maybe. This is kind of like the maximum range the eyebrows are gonna move. It's gonna be a little different for this rig because Rain here, I think her name is, from Blender, the brows are, I think, more attached to the face. These brows are gonna be like kind of floating. So I can really just move them wherever I want. But anyway. If Nat had ears, they would probably be right here. This is where the jaw hinge would be. We come straight down from the corners of the mouth, we'd be here. This is kind of the Nat's chin is kind of like, oh, look at that. It's like locked in orthographic. I can't spin around my view now. Unlock 3D view. Okay, so Nat's chin is very round. So we're not going to worry too much about where these are. Just kind of, the important one is this one. This is the one that tells FaceIt where the division between the neck and the chin are. And this is kind of the lower front of the chin is where that lives. Okay, so when we are there, I'm going to save again. And gonna project the landmarks. And now you get to kind of choose the depth of them. So I can really kind of tweak this. Let's see. Now I'm looking for some snapping and it is not snapping. There we go. Nope. And one thing the FaceIt people recommend is to bring the corners of the mouth in a bit. So they're kind of hard to see, but like in there, not right on the surface. And same with the eyelid. They come in a little bit. Not too much, I think. I'm not sure. Okay. Yes. I think this one's pretty important. This is the where the actual joint of the jaw is. Oops. All right. Okay. I think we're in a good spot here. Um, so I think the next step, I'm wondering why this one's grayed out. Oh, okay. All right. So the landmarks are in the right place, and we've assigned all of our objects. They all have this little neat icon here. This means that FaceIt knows what to do with them. And we are ready to generate the FaceIt rig. And it has put everything where it thinks we're going to want it. Look at this. That's weird, isn't it? It looks like I hit the wrong button on one of these. So we'll delete that. Oh, interesting. We may have a bug here. I think we can work around it though. I think we can just manually. Oh, no, we don't have a bug. I'm using the same mesh. See, tricky, tricky. So this is two different objects, but they're both using the same mesh because it's an instance. And I think when I was rigging before, I was using two objects during the rigging process and then merged them into one after I was done. So I need to kind of undo that. And it's very easy. All you have to do is hit this button. I'll do it on the right one. And now we have two individual meshes. And now I can delete this. And I can assign this properly. So right, left, right, left. Brilliant. Save again. And generate the rig. Hey, and now look. No more weird eyeball in the wrong place. Cool. Okay, so then the next step is to bind the rig to the body, and that's when we actually see these bones do stuff. So I'm going to save again in case something gets crazy in the binding process. And just hit the bind button. Remove old FaceIt weights. Yes, because we had an old set of weights on these objects. And I think all these other things can just stay the way they are. Let's try it. This will take a minute. Okay, I'm going to do this real quick so we can see a little better. And I think I'll turn this on. Do, do, do. All right, now we have done our bind. Let's see what happens when we move the bones around. It's probably gonna look horrible at first. This is where the real rigging work starts to come in. But the eyes are working, they're moving. Lids are following, which is kind of cool. Jaw opens and closes. Teeth follow. Look at that. Looks like garbage, but we're gonna fix all this. Oh man, so cool. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, so we have our bound skeleton, and we can, yeah, that's gonna need some work. This is for the blinking. We got our brows. Brows are working. Cool. So it looks like it's all working. We can even move like the nose around. Oh, what's going on here? Do nose stuff if we want to give Nat a sneer here. Be able to do that kind of thing if we want. Oh, I have a bot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Blocked. My first bot. Oh. Well, if that's still showing up in the YouTube chat, then my apologies. Let's see. Can I go over there? Take a look. No, it looks like they got deleted. Cool. Yay, no bots. Anyways. Just testing stuff out. Cool. Lower lids look good. Now, if I wanted to spend time doing weight painting, this would be a time to do it. Like fixing that would be smart. Um, I'm tempted to skip it, but actually, I think if I just fix that one, everything else will work really well. So I'm gonna fix it quick, and that involves going in here and going into weight paint mode, and now these are all of the weights for all the bones on the body. All these locked ones are um, from the body skeleton, which is already rigged, by the way. I don't think I've shown you, but the body is rigged. And then all these ones that are unlocked here are the new ones that FaceIt just made that are currently just sitting right on top of the old ones, and that's fine. One really cool thing about weight painting in Blender that I didn't know, but I wish I knew when I started, was that the weights don't have to all be normalized. You can just put weights on top of other weights, and you don't have to make them all perfect, and it will still work. I don't know if that's a good workflow, but it worked for me, and it saves so much pain and agony. So I'm just going for it. So to do weight painting, the you select the rig and then you select the mesh second, because the modes that pop up here are gonna be related to whatever you selected last, and we want weight paint mode. If we do it the other way, if we select the rig second and we do this, we don't have weight paint mode because it's saying, well, what do you want to do with the rig? I don't want to do anything with the rig. I just want to be able to select the rig while I'm in weight painting mode. So I select the rig first, and then the mesh, and then I go weight paint. And now I can select bones, and might have to switch some tool settings here. Let's see. But I should be able to select bones and then just whatchamacallit, access their weights. At the very least, you know, these are probably control bones which don't have weights on them. There's probably other bones that do, so that might not work. But at the very least, what I can do is I can select these bones and hopefully see their names. Yeah, and then that will make it easy for me to find which one is which in the list. And so the one I think I want to mess with first is this, which is lid TL. So we're going to look for def lid TL, which is right there. Oh, there was a number. What was the number? Lid TL003. Number matters. Lid TL003. And there we go. And if we look at 2, we'll see there's not much going on there. And that's why when we move this, we get such a crummy result. So we want to add more, maybe to, what's this? Those are brow. You know what? Now that I look at this and see that these are called brow, I think I should raise all these up, and I think that'll help too. So let's try out FaceIt's non-destructiveness and go back. I'll go ahead and save because I'm happy with where we're at so far. Go back to landmarks. We will not keep the binding weights. We're going to want those to be remade. And let's go in and kind of just move all this stuff up a bit. Do, 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 do. Yeah, let's try that. And generate FaceIt rig again. Now our bones are in the new spot. And we just try the bind again. See what happens. Remove old weights. And see, this is why I paid for this add-on. There's so much that this thing is doing right now for me that I would have to spend just, you know, so long doing if it weren't doing it for me. All right, let's check it out again. Go pose mode. And it's a little bit better. Still not good. So we'll still go in and fix it, but I do think it's better now. It's fine. So we don't spend a lot of time weight painting because weight painting is painful and a horrible experience in general. I just want to get this one part thing fixed. This one part thing. This this problem area here fixed because that's pretty significant. Otherwise, we're just going to ignore all the rest of the bad weights and we're going to do it all with sculpting. We're going to make every face expression look beautiful and charming and cute with by sculpting it. And FaceIt has tools to help us with that too. But anyway, and just test and make sure I can move this and then snap it back. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to move this into a problem area. And I'm pretty sure I can just weight paint like this. So again, rig first, mesh second, weight paint. And this is lid TL003. Where are we? Where lid TL003. Okay. And O2. Now this has a bunch of weights on it coming from here. So the fact that it's being held back makes me wonder what's going on there. We might just need some more. Might need some more from both. So we might just edit both these. And let's see if we can set it up to mirror properly. Topology mirror, mirror vertex groups. Yes, yes, yes. No auto normalize. It's going to start changing other weights when I paint these. We don't want that. Because again, we don't need normalized weights, which is wonderful. Yeah, the weight painting experience, man. I can't wait for AI to take that out of our lives. And I don't know any rigger who would miss it either. But we're not there yet. So we must do this. And fall off smoothed. Let's do just adding a little bit in at a time. Add. Oh, and I changed tools, so let's make sure everything is still the way I want. Topology mirror, yes. Front faces only. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah. I'm going to use my tablet for this part. Turn it up a little bit. You could, if this is the kind of thing you're into, you could spend like a long time doing this and then you'd get like pretty good results right out of the box for your facial expressions. But I personally would just much rather just sculpt them instead of spending my time doing this. So Let's hide the corneas. Make sure we're not creating a nightmare for ourselves on the inside of the eyelid. Looks okay. Might not need so much on this one now. Darken. Huh. There we go. Subtract. That's what I was trying to do. Oh, and let's check. Yeah, other side is mirroring nicely. Okay, let's smooth it out a little bit and we'll be good for that one. Same thing here. A little bit of smoothing. This will just make life a little easier later with the eyelids. Too much. Maybe not. Just got to get the back side. And I think you can even paint two at once. Am I? No. I think if you select two bones at once, you can, but it's not easy to access those right now. So just do them one at a time. More smoothing out. Another bonus of spending a little bit of time on the eyelid weights is that later you'll have your sculpted expressions, but you'll also still want to be able to use these bones to tweak those expressions because they might not be, you might want to do a facial expression that is very specific and you might just need a little more control. And these are the bones that you will use to do that with. So if these, um, you know, work well, then that will benefit you later. So yeah, I'm spending a little time on this, even though I hate weight painting and don't really want to. It's gonna pay off later. And even then, it doesn't have to be perfect, but just something so that like if I want to just grab, and just reposition, oh, this little bit of the eyelid right here needs to be a little lower, then I can do it and it won't look like total garbage. It's not like I'm gonna sculpt an entire expression out of these, but just so that it is useful. I still feel like that's pretty weird. Let's smooth this out too. All right, getting closer. Okay, there's still like a weird thing going on there, but I think it's time to move on. Let's see if it's being caused by something else here. Yeah, it's probably these brow bones that are. So let's reduce this a little bit real quick too. Yeah. There we go. There we go. A little smoothing. Smooth, smooth, smooth. Cool. These are a total mess and don't match anymore, but do I worry about that now or do I just fix it with the sculpting? I should probably do it now so that these tweakers here, that's what people call them sometimes, tweakers. These little tweakers here, um, you know, work with the eyelashes and the eyelids together. There's a really weird thing going on with the nose over here. So I should probably fix that too. Yeah. All right. So we need to have the eyelashes selected to be able to work on their weights. I'm going to save where I am now. Go back into object mode and select all these guys. Oh, rig first. Meshes. Weight paint. Oh, you know, might have to do them one at a time, actually. Hmm. This is a Blender problem. That makes it a little better, yeah. But in general, the transparency doesn't really work in the weight paint mode, which is kind of problematic. Pretty weird, huh? I honestly don't know what to do about these. That helps, yeah. I might be able to save this yet. This weird little bumpy bit here. I do not know what the issue is. It's probably another one of these groups here. So let's go hunting a moment and try to find it. This group shouldn't even be in this object here. Well, by golly, I don't know. Let's just draw 0 on every group. Yeah, we're already getting somewhere. There's like a weird. So these are groups from the right side of the face, which are for some reason affecting the left brow. I'm not going to delete them, even though they seem like they don't need to be there, because I have done a few face rigs with this add-on now, and deleting vertex groups that it puts there are it does not like that. It starts creating errors and things don't work and stuff. So if you are using this and you hear my words, then I would recommend leaving every vertex group in place that FaceIt puts there for you, whether or not there are any weights on it. Just leave it. And in fact, I could clean. No. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Okay, so there isn't like a paint bucket fill tool for weights, like if you want to just set them all to 0 but keep the group. There may be another like smart way to do it that I don't know about. But what I do is I use the gradient tool, because on the far end of the gradient, you get a 0. You get a 1 and a 0, right? So say I'm doing a gradient here. If it's going to set everything to the left of my cursor to 0. So all I have to do if I want 0 is just do gradient over here. And now everything here I know is 0. And that's kind of like my version of the paint bucket tool. I don't know, but it works. Now you can, just be sure you've got 0 on everything in a group you don't want. Like if I did want to 0 this group out, I'd just do this. Oh, no, it's not working. I'm so embarrassed. Hold on a minute. Oh, right, because I have it set to 1. Is that it? Hold on. I just got to get my brain working. Hmm. Thank God no one's watching. I would be so embarrassed right now. Um, yeah, I think it works different than it used to. I haven't done this since I was in Blender 3.2, maybe even 3.1, and now I'm in Blender 3.3. And they may have updated the behavior of the gradient tool. Either that or I'm just forgetting something. Mm-hmm. Maybe I have to switch this to constant. Well, that's one way to do it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that was the trick. Okay, so this is what I'm telling you. So everything to the left of where I start my gradient is 0. Now it's just set to do everything in 0 pretty much anywhere. So I just don't click on the mesh and I'll get a solid 0. So I do want to keep this group, however, but all these other ones, like bottom lid, B, B for bottom, don't need anything on the bottom lid deforming these. So I'm just going in and I'm cleaning them all out, setting them all to 0. See if I do this one, 0. These I want to keep. These are the ones I want. Top lid, top left lid. Then obviously bottom right lid and top right lid shouldn't be affecting this. And now I should have taken care of any weird vertex groups that could be creating weird shapes here. And I'm going to lock them all so that I'm sure of that. And it's really just these 4 I want. But again, I'm not deleting the other ones because it will break FaceIt. So now that's taken care of. This should be easier. Smooth this out a little bit. Yeah, too much. We want to subtract 0.3. This is what I've been trying to do. So yeah, we had to get rid of those weird weights that were coming from other groups that weren't supposed to be there. Now, and again, these don't need to be perfect here because we are mainly going to be changing the facial expressions with the kind of like the sculpted expressions. And those I can actually go in here and just put the lid where I want it. With sculpting tools, it'll be great. So much better. But for using these tweakers, it's nice if I can just say, oh, I just want it just like that. And if I hadn't fixed these weights, and then I did this, for instance, just tweak this a little bit, then the eyelashes would not have come with the eyelid. So just kind of got to do it, man. You got to do it. But we're just about there. And because this is a different object than the right eyelashes, it's not going to just be mirrored over, unfortunately. However, I think I can just mirror. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So now we have lashes that pretty much follow the eyelid. Again, not perfect, but that's okay. They don't have to be. They follow along enough so that if I move a tweaker, they stick together. That's what we want. We don't want the eyelashes separating from the eyelid when I just, oh, that little shape, just like that, you know, that kind of thing. So now I can reset these to 0. And yeah, you'll see the right lashes have not gotten this treatment. And instead of having to redo it again, I think I can mirror the weight groups. So since nobody's watching live anyway, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to try right now. I'm going to fumble my way through it. It will probably take me a couple tries. And we'll see if we can get it to work. This is a good time to save. By the way, I also have autosave on. I'm so into saving, you guys. It is so fucking crazy. But I also save manually when I am ready. So I think the way this is done is with a command called transfer, excuse me, data transfer. Yeah, transfer mesh data. So first thing, I will want to delete the, temporarily, of course, delete the, oh, I bonked the mic, excuse me. Temporarily delete the vertex groups that I want to copy over, because these are the bad ones, right? These are the ugly ones. The ugly ones. These are the ugly ones that we want to replace. We want to mirror over from the other side. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we're going to try it. I don't need these anyway. I can always just regenerate them or whatever, or repaint them if I have to. They're pretty much worthless as it is, so no big deal to delete them. But the reason I'm deleting them is because I'm going to copy the ones from the other one over, and that way we won't have like naming conflicts. So the ones on the other side are left. The ones here, let's do this. Let's make this simpler. All right. So this one has all the good weights here. Top left, left 1, left 2, left 3. We want those to eventually be over here, and we want them to be called top right 1, 2, 3. And by the way, it is weird that, yeah, okay, top right 1, 2, 3. When we copy them over, they're going to be called left. We are going to want to delete all the left ones in that case. Let's lock all the ones we're not affecting right now so that we don't get confused. I'm going to lock all these. Bottom left, bottom right, lock. Okay, and then we're deleting these 8 groups because we're going to transfer the ones on this mesh over here. They've got the same name, so this way we won't have any conflicts. So I'm got all these other ones. Keep that. And I'm just going to delete all unlocked groups. And we've still got all our other ones. And then we do that thing I just found. Transfer. There's a modifier that does this too, but I feel like this thing gives you more choices. It's easier for me to understand. So this is going to copy from the last thing you select onto the first thing you selected, if I am not mistaken. So I select that first because that's where I want, that's going to be the like target. This is going to be the source. And then once again, we are going to do vertex groups. Let's see if it lets us choose. I'm hoping it lets us choose. Let's see. It does. However, we have to do them. We're going to do topology for text groups. We'll just do one as a test. What's auto transform? Okay, well, let's try it. Deform lid top left 03, and let's send that to by name. Look at that. Replace. Now let's see what happened. It just does, it should be just doing it as I click. So let's see if it did. Yep, there it is. Now let's see if there's any weights on it. That's the next thing. And there are, but they are wrong. Well, it was a nice thought, wasn't it? So let's go back. I undid my deleting. Let's undo that. There we go. No. Eyelash right. There they are. Okay, there's our groups again. All right, that transfer data thing didn't seem to do what I hoped, so let's try the modifier. So that is the data transfer. Actually, I might just be able to do it over here. Let's see. I think, yeah, maybe copy vertex group to selected. Oh, but that just does them all at the same time. Oh, yeah. Rigging. Vertex data, vertex groups, mapping, topology. Let's just try them all. By name. And I'm going to save in case I screw everything up and hit generate data layers. See what happened. So those are gone, which is means it did something. And oh my god, look at that. There they are. So they mirrored over. It copied over the weights that I painted over here. They have the name left because it was the left brow. But all I have to do now is switch these L's and R's because Blender does all this based off the names of the groups. It's like this name matches the name of the bone. So if I just change the name of the group, it will change the bone, you know, from the left bone to the right bone. So brilliant. And now I can get rid of this, I think, because it did its job. No, it did not. I have to apply. Okay. I will apply it. And yeah, look at that. So cool. Yeah, so all I have to do now is switch these L's and R's. So I'm just going to change these to X first because I don't think you can. I can't change all these to L's first because these are already called L. Someday, there may be millions of people watching this, and while I work, you know, it could happen. And then there'll be like a rigger watching this video, and they'll go, dude, just do this thing that takes 5 seconds, and you don't have to do any of this stuff you're doing. Okay, so look at that. We've got our things. Now I can rename these to L. Even though we're not really getting used, it's important that they're there and that they have the right name, because if they aren't, FaceIt's gonna start having a fit. All right. So one more idiot check to make sure. Okay, so these are on the outside. 3 is on the inside. Let's check over here. 3 is on the inside. It's on the outside. Cool. So we did it. Yay. Now we go into pose mode and I move this and look. Oh, look. The eyelashes follow on both sides and I didn't have to repaint them. It took me just as long, but now I know how. And so do you. Last thing to do so that I don't have to spend a million years doing extra sculpting stuff is fix this thing like that. I'm gonna fix that now. Save. So yeah, if we look at these, brow is fine, but if we look at the lid, which are these just L, can see that it's bleeding a lot into the nose. We don't want that. Yeah. That's why when the eyelids are moving, it's carrying all this stuff with it. So we just need to fix these real quick. So I'm going to do subtract. And I think my fall off was wrong. Custom smooth. Mirror, yes. And then if we look over at TR, yeah, it's mirrored. TL003, TR003. They are mirrored. Before I do much more, I'm gonna set this to a pose. See, we can already see it kind of took care of a lot of that. I'm gonna make it even better. I'm going to pull this one up. Also, this will help us figure out when we've done enough. So I'm gonna smooth a little bit. Top. Where are we? What are we doing? Lid. There. Make sure those don't move at all. Yeah, there we go. And now let's do the bottom, which I think would be this one. Bottom left. Bottom left. There we go. Same thing. Don't want anything going on over here with the nose. We don't want the nose moving every time the character blinks. If you worked at Pixar, you would disagree with that. You would say, "No, we want the flesh to be connected. We want everything to move together," and they would be right. But for what I'm doing, it's much more kind of like cartoony and fake. And we just want to have more control over that. So yeah. And since we're here and it's easy, let's clean this up a tiny bit. Uh, doo, doo, doo. Oh my, look at that. All chunky. And again, it looks like we have some weird bleeding in from somewhere. Let's take a look. Probably from the cheek. Yep. Yeah. In general, it will cause a lot less grief if there isn't like all this bleed from like the cheeks into the edges of the eyelids, for instance. Cool. And it's probably good, yeah. There's still something else interfering, I think. Cheek. Oh, what's this? Nose. Okay. That's good. More nose. That's probably fine. Let's try. Make sure. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, here we go. Cheek tea. All right. Okay, I think I've gotten rid of everything that's interfering with the bottom lids. Now I can just go back and clean that up a little bit. Bottom lids. Where are you? Lid B. There. Yeah. So, yeah, normally I wasn't planning on doing this, but it's gonna save a lot of work later, and the tweakers will be much more useful when it's time to actually animate. And it's actually kind of like a wish list item that I had made for myself for the rigs. Was kind of like, it would be nice. All the other facial rigs I already did, I didn't do this step with. And so, the eyelids looked all junky. And I couldn't really use these tweaker controls because they just create such ugly shapes. And I was gonna eventually want to go in and do this exact process to all of them so that I can just, um, you know, use those controls and have them give me nice shapes. So look at that. Just like a weird thing going on here with the cheek. I probably don't even need to fix it, but all right. That's like way more even than I needed to do, but hey, it works freaking great now. Look at this. So we get nice, clean eyelid deformations. I can use these little tweaker controls to change the shape of the eyelids, and it's nice and smooth. And the eyelashes follow. This is maybe not so good to have this moving when I move this. That's gonna create problems once the actual eyeball is there. Might have to go in and fix it more later, but um, anyway, it's working really well right now. And this obviously isn't very useful for like creating a blink, but these controls will never be used that way. What they'll mainly be used for is, as I said before, like just tweaking a little facial expression. Like if I just want to change the shape of the eyelids a little bit, like, or more likely, since all this facial stuff is going to be mocap, I'm going to need to make little tweaks. Like the eyelids are probably going to be a little in the wrong place from the mocap, getting lost in translation. So this will be, these are the controls I'll use sometimes to fix that. And that's why it's nice to have the weights, not totally horrible. And yeah. Save. Oh, make sure everything's zeroed out. Ah. So, where are you at? 4 hours? I'm gonna take a break. Nobody's watching. Um, so I'll be back in a bit if anyone is watching this later. Hopefully, I'll just be able to edit the breaks out. But if not, then fast forward a bunch. See you in a bit. Hello. Hello, hello. Back from the break. Hello, nobody watching. Okay. So I'm gonna do one more stretch here this afternoon slash evening. I'm going to go ahead and start sculpting, going through the actual expressions and maybe making some sculpting edits to them. Um, there's like 50 of them, so I don't know if I'll get through them all, but I'll get through a chunk of them and then I'll call it a day. So that's the plan. And excuse me, moi. And so let's get started. I can close this because I don't need that anymore. Doop. And we'll go back to FaceIt. And expressions is the next step. So I've got the weights the way I want. I've got the facial rig in the scene. It's right here. And I'm going to save up another version because this is now going to have more stuff changing the file. Version 34. Okay, so next we go to this, make that nice and big because we're going to use it. Expressions tab. So we hit load FaceIt expressions. Pretty sure. It's been a few months since I've done this, so bear with me if you are watching this. AR kit. This is the, excuse me, the this is the set of expressions I'm going to use because I'm going to be capturing facial motion on the iPad, and that uses AR kit. If you're using audio to face, you'd use this one. And then it has these extras in here that you could, use if you just want to put the tongue shapes in, or, these phonemes, which in my experience as an animator, phonemes aren't super useful. They're they're really only useful for like automated lip sync tools because those will usually, use phonemes. But when you're animating a character, for real, you're not really ever using these phonemes. They're just not really the way people's face move when they talk. Um, you're just you just animate the face instead. So, but they're there. They're there if you want to use them for something else. I'm using AR Kit. I'm going to overwrite in case there's already face expressions on any of this geometry, which there might be, because we're not going to reuse any of that. I think all this is new since last time I was here. Gosh, I don't even know what that is, but we'll find out. We'll give it a shot. Save one more time and hit OK. And look at that. We have a whole bunch of facial expressions now. We can hide this rig, and as we click through these, we'll see we want to unhide the eyes again, because now we will need to see where the eyelids interact. Let's just start in the front view, eh? And I'll just click through these. You can kind of see what it has done for us. It's made all these expressions. Some of them need to be pushed further. Some of them need to just be tweaked a little bit. But overall, it looks pretty good. Let's see, go back to the eyelid ones. Yeah, the eyelid ones are the ones that need the most work. They're not as bad as they would have been if I hadn't done all that weight painting work earlier. They would have been much worse than they are, but they're still not great. So we're going to need to fix these up quite a bit. That's where the bulk of the work is. It looks like most of the jaw stuff is good. Obviously, we're going to have to fix this, but we can do that. And the mouth closed thing is like, it's a weird shape. Like, it's used when, say, if you're making if you're talking loudly and you were to make a P or a B sound with your mouth, your lips would close, but your jaw would be open in that moment. And so that's what this shape is for. That's why it's so weird. So that one needs to be fixed. And funnel for ooh. Yeah, it's cool. So, I mean, it just basically just did all this for me instantly. This has already gotten me more than 50% of the way there with one click. So, you know, this would be, even just getting this far would be a day of work in itself without this add-on. So again, this is why I got this add-on. This is why I've been using it. It's super, super helpful. But it is not perfect. So we'll need to fix these things. And to do that, you sculpt the shapes. And this is why we went through the process of doing the face maps earlier, because now we're going to use them. We only have to do one side of the face, which is nice, you know, just do the left eye shapes and then they can all be mirrored to the right eye. So that saves a lot of time. But yeah, there's still quite a lot of them. Let's see how many we can get through. I'm going to turn on my music and just get to it. Oh, yeah. And one thing that I find helpful is to, when you're doing this, it's nice to have the tool settings open as well. So I open a second viewport just to have, oops. Oh, stop. The end panel open. There it is. Okay. Shrink that down. Go into sculpt mode. And then when I select my tools, there, I can have it all open at the same time. take a look. I saw we have some options down here. Auto mirror X, auto keying. All right. So, got our face sets and face set boundary set so that I can, edit the upper eyelid without the lower eyelid moving, or the nose or side of the face or the lips or anything for that matter. Super handy. So let's start. It's not much to it, just now the eye blink shape, I think when the way it's set up, yeah, there's something kind of weird. They have the lower lid move down. I don't know if that's like a bug or something. I haven't asked the developer about it, but the the lower lid should not be moving down on an eye blink. It should be moving up. Not very much, but it should be moving up a little bit to meet the upper eyelid. When you blink, your lower eyelid, it doesn't move much at all, but if it does move, it's probably gonna move up. But hey, maybe yours is different. Maybe, you know, try it out. Try it out yourself. Look in the mirror. Um, yeah, and one thing I'm going to be trying to do as I go is keep the eyelid shapes pretty simple. We're not going to be doing like a lot of wrinkles or folds or anatomy. My character designer neighbor used that term several times with me, said there's too much anatomy. So, yeah, we're gonna not do that. It's just really simple, more cartoon. And obviously, we're only sculpting the body mesh, so the eyelashes and the eyebrows are not coming with us. And I could probably add them in and sculpt them all together at the same time, but I have this face set situation going on, so they wouldn't be included anyway. So I'm just gonna do them separate. And also for that reason, I'm gonna go ahead and hide them. Oh no, that's not good. Well, we have a problem. I did sculpting without adding a shape key. That's a pretty important step. So instead of trying to undo 100 times and maybe not get all the way back to where I was, this is why you save and save versions, etc. And I know I saved right before I set these up, so I'm just going to revert since this is the first one. And let's see where it takes us. Okay. Yeah, good. It's exactly where we need to be. So now we can go back into sculpt mode again. Just have to bring my view panel back. And I think I left all those the way they were. Okay, and now, so save again. And this is the crucial step that I forgot. Shape keys. Yes. Yes, shape keys. So you hit this little button. Oh, please hold. It did an error because I have the rig hidden. So I need to turn that back on. And now we try one more time. And there we go. So we've got our basis here. We've got our first shape key. And we are sculpting on the shape key. FaceIt handles all this for us. This is good. Okay, so now I can do what I intended to do, and it won't mess up the mesh. Like if I move this over here now and then go back, we still have our face looking normal. So unfortunately, I think I have to leave the rig showing. That's the thing about this add-on is it wants you to keep the rig visible to do its magic. That's okay. This is the fussy part. The eyelids have to touch the eyeballs. It's just the way it is. Have some weird looking eyes if they don't. And this may go without saying, but the eyes matter a lot. So that's why we spend a lot of extra time on them. That's why I spent all that extra time doing the weights and making sure that the tweaker controls would work nicely, because, you know, that's the first place people are going to look in the shot. Any shot, as quick as it is, people are generally going to look at the eyes first, and they're going to be looking at the eyes to read what the character is thinking. And it's where you do your storytelling and your performance and your acting. Usually, first and foremost, in any close up, it's going to be the eyes. In a long shot, it's body language, but in close ups or medium shots, it's always the eyes. And so, yeah, you want them to look nice and not be weird and sticking out from the eyelids. So, I think we're good there. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. If we go into the eyeball, we can see. Yeah. We are in the eyeball. On the threshold, when we stood. Now, the reason I'm trying to make sure they don't stick out too far is because you'll get like shadows. Like, you don't want big, heavy shadows being cast from the eyelids onto the eyeballs. A little is nice, but you don't want to have a ton. Pull this in. All right. So that's getting there. This part a little closer. Okay. So I think that's good for an upper lid for our blink. Now we will want to bring our lower lid up a little bit. Smooth that out. Yeah. Now, we don't have any texture on these, on this. There's like no skin texture on this character, which is great because we don't have to worry too much about what this is doing. I still want to, make it decent so we don't get weird lighting problems, but texture wise, we don't really have to worry about it. Save. Just double checking. Yeah. And so it's not going to look right in between. That's okay. I'll get into that later, maybe. But right now, we're just concerned with how the expressions look at their full point. And this is where these face sets come in so handy. Because I can do this. And then I can go, oh, and the green one doesn't move. The upper lid doesn't move. If I didn't have the face sets, this would be a disaster. But anyway, let's do this right. Mm-hmm. Oh, I almost forgot too. When you're doing something like this, it's nice to check it out with the subdivisions turned on. It's going to smooth out the whole surface and it's going to change a little bit where everything is. And so if you want things to line up exactly, which we do, then, we need to check that out. Now, so I'll just smooth this out real quick and then I'll put that on. Yeah, let's take a look. So, going to modifiers, do I have? Yes, I do. Subdivision already here. Yeah, so if we look at this, we can see, without it, we think, oh, okay, we're done. But then You turn it on and it's like, oh, they don't touch yet. So we'll fix that. And why don't we just sculpt with the subdiv on? Well, you can, but everything is laggy. Without, oh, oh it's still pretty laggy, but it's even laggier. Yeah, let's go and fix this thingy. So, if I were doing one animated short film and I knew I was never going to do an extreme close up on this character, I would not be bothering with this at all right now. I would be like, this would be a huge waste of time. But these characters going to be in an ongoing series, and I don't know. I'm definitely going to have close ups on these characters, all of them, at some point or another. And there may be some story in the future that I want to tell with these characters, and I want to get this close on the character's eye for some reason. I don't know what that would be, but um, the point is, it could happen. And so, in this case, I am putting in the work to, make it so that that is even possible. Yeah. Just kind of smooth this out. That's the other thing. So we're going through and trying to make sure that there's no like bulgy eyelid stuff going on. We just want really flat and smooth. Yeah, cool. So there's our blink. Almost. There's one thing I want to fix. Turn these off because I'm looking at the overall shape of the line that's made when the eye is closed, and I want to just do that. OCD, maybe, I don't know. The thing is about these kinds of things for me is the curves matter. You want nice curves because um, you can, if the curve is nice, you can look at this character from any angle and you'll just automatically have nice curves. It'll be like a good drawing, where the artist drew nice curved lines that weren't bumpy and lumpy and weird. So it's worth it in this case to spend a little extra time to do ridiculous things like this, where I just go, oh, that curve could be a little better. Um, it'll pay off later. That's just my opinion, but I put in the same kind of effort with these like hair shapes up here. They were a lot lumpier before, but now it's like we can look at this character from any angle, and all these curves kind of like flow. So, anyways, I am done with this blink. Now let's see if we can mirror it. We should be able to mirror it. I'm going to save. Let's hit the little mirror button, which is this one. Boom. Mirrored. So we got our blinks. Oh, 2 down, like 50 to do. Yeah, I think for tonight I'll just go through maybe just the rest of the eye ones. And then call it. Or maybe I'll just do one mouth one and call it. I'm getting pretty tired. Let's see. Yeah, it's 5:20 here. I'll just do one mouth one. And then I'll do the rest later. So let's take a look at the mouth. Jaw. Should we do jaw open? Yeah. That's a good place to start. Fix all this craziness down here. Oh boy. Or smile. Smile's going to be easy. Let's do the jaw open. All right. Corrective shape. Save first. I'm not worrying about these teeth right now because I just kind of dropped them where they are and they will change later. Oh. And the other cool thing this thing does is it lets you do this like amplify pose thing. So say I'm gonna want this character to be able to open their jaw bigger than this. Um, this what we're doing right now is we're setting like the maximum that this character can do of any particular expression. So I definitely want this character to be able to open their mouth like super wide. It's kind of like they've got this giant mouth, and they maybe if they yawn, like it's kind of funny to see a cartoon character yawning and their mouth gets really big. So let's amplify this. Gonna be about like that. I'm basically gonna open their mouth so big that it goes down to their neck. Yeah. And so now we have to make that look good. Start by doing that. Really stretch the top lip a lot more if this character did that. That went too low, I think. The lower teeth, however, are in the place they're supposed to be, so I am going to make sure those work with the lips. Don't need to be super perfect because I I think it will generally be pretty dark. We just want to make sure we can see the teeth without the lip going through them. That's about it. Yeah. I feel like a dentist right now. Pull this in. Skin would be stretching. Maybe too much. It's better. We don't want the upper lip to move up when the jaw is open. It's important. So I need to make sure. Looks like it goes down. Yeah. Now, again, with the no anatomy mandate, it's not really a mandate, but like the artistic goal here of no, not getting too detailed, no extra like folds in the skin or anything like that that you would do if you were doing like a realistic human. You'd have like the lip bulging down here and you'd have like wrinkles here, right? We're not doing any of that. We're just keeping it really smooth and simple and no wrinkles, no fattening of anything really. because when we see it and it's finished, turn these on real quick. You know, we want it to look pretty flat. You know, we don't want like a lot of detail around here. And as you can see, the mouth isn't even open that wide still, so we could have pushed this even further, but I think having it go down to the neck is reasonable. But let's widen it a little bit anyway. We want like a big mouth. Not too much because we are also going to have like a actual widen expression, so we can add them on top of each other and we can get like a really huge mouth. But yeah, let's see. I think that's good. And now I have to fix this mess down here. Save. I'm just gonna kind of get everything out of the way first, and then let's do that. So I'm not affecting like the back of the neck or anything. Good. Jaw's a little sharp here too. Let's soften that. Let's see. Maybe there. Okay, and now let's just inflate things a little bit so that we have a little bit of our volume back. We're not doing big bulgy stuff again, but we don't want to have our neck cave in either. Okay, and then yeah, just I think this is fill. Yeah, fill this in a little bit. Okay, getting there. Latin. Yep. Okay. I think we're pretty much there for now. Can change it later. Ah. Yep. There's Nat with the open mouth. Yeah, and pretty flat here. We're not getting a lot of like I think in the old version I had like a big bunch of wrinkles and like a double chin that pops out when the jaw is open this wide, and that would make sense for the character if they were like real solid matter. But yeah, we're trying to keep the look pretty clean and simple and free of crazy like bulges and wrinkles. So if anything, I might just lower some of this a little bit. Mhm. Just checking everything, looking to see how everything moves. You can see the cheeks kind of cave in a little there when the jaw opens, but it kind of works for me because that's kind of the way people's cheeks are. It's maybe in a slightly different place, but I think it works. Just want to do this too. This is probably the biggest move of the face, the most drastic expression change. So I'm kind of spending a little more time making sure it all moves well. And actually, yeah, there are some things moving that I don't want to move. Up here, and that might be because of the bones, but there's a way to check. But first I'm going to save, because I think overall this is good. Yeah. Mop, mop, mop. Okay, so yeah, let's check the... There's a trick here. Save. Gonna go into edit mode, and we select the vertices that we want to make sure are not being... Uh-oh. 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 Did I crash? Did I crash? I might be crashing. Ah! All right. Just gonna undo a few extra times to make sure. All right. So yeah, select the problem area. I will do a Control Shift M to make sure it's symmetrical. You hit this extend button, and now you have a symmetrical selection. And then what you do is I think you highlight. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to mess this up. Gonna save. I think what we do is we go to normal times, pin that uncheck these, go here, and go vertex, propagate to shapes. And then see what happens. Make sure I didn't mess up my blinks doing that. I did. Look at that. So that was the wrong move. Oh, whew. All right. You know what? Not going to worry about it for now. Like I just dodged a bullet and I should quit while I'm ahead. So at some point I'll have to address that, but it's going to be later. And I am going to call it for the night on this. Tomorrow I will be finishing all these facial expressions for this character. I think I got the bulk of the big hard stuff out of the way, so it should be finishing tomorrow on this one, on Dear Nat. And I don't know if I'll stream it or not because it'll just be a lot more of this. I'm kind of thinking for these streams, maybe limit them to like when I have something new to share, like not do a bunch of streams of the same thing over and over again. I don't know. It's hard to say because, you know, I haven't seen any feedback from this one, and I probably won't. So I don't know what I'll do, but I'll figure it out. So yeah, don't know if I'll be streaming more of this same thing tomorrow, or if I'll wait until I'm on a new character or doing a new step of the process. See how it goes. But that is it for this situation. And Nat says, thank you for watching. And that's it. So good night, everybody.